Hello everyone. Welcome to the stream. Oh, I'm so excited. As you can see from the title, we are back with some vintage story. Oh, chat's fucked up. When man, it's too tiny. There we go. Yeah, we are back with some vintage story. It has been over a year. We are starting a brand new world, as there have been several updates since the last time we played. We are playing modless, completely modless, because again, it's been over a year and multiple updates. So, yeah, I've already reloaded a chunk, like a good chunk of the world to reduce memory usage. We did lose a day. We did lose our first day. Because, I was flying around in creative to load this starting area. But that's fine. Let's just jump right into this. We are. I decided just for my own sanity's sake. Just for my own sanity's sake. Uh, we are going to be playing. Like, for the first good chunk of time, we're going to be playing in passive mode. Basically, meaning the creatures of the world will not mess with us if we don't mess with them. Except for boars, I think. The fuck? Oh, right. I need stick. Yeah, I chose, like, usually I know I could go for a big, wide open, like, field location. But since we're playing in passive, I decided, you know what? Let's choose forest. So, since we are playing forest, or playing in the forest, I should say, what is our plan for this world? Well, oh hey, side note, this is one of the updates, SP, K. Can we do anything with this? No. Okay. But yeah, this is one of the updates they added. Uh, which is they upgraded the water to include like plants and corals and all that good stuff. Bring some life to it. Hear it. I've already found bees. Bingo! Uh, bees. Oh yeah, another update you can probably tell is the map. The map has been changed. Now instead of it being color accurate, it's more like the colors of the map are more akin to actual maps that were like drawn on parchment or what have you. Do I hear another? Is there another beehive? Alright, I need to stop getting distracted. First thing I need to do is try to find some berry bushes. But gathering up rocks is a good idea too. Also more of these. Ah. But yeah, I kind of know the updates. Because, it's me. I love Vintage Story. Most recent update, I don't know all of it. I know the gist of it, but I haven't really, like, looked into videos and stuff about it. Getting used to... Jesus! Getting used to the berry bushes being how they were when we first played is gonna take some getting used to. Also, the fact that we have a very much, or what's the word? Reduced. Yeah, we have a very much reduced amount of plants we can get. There's no wildcraft, unfortunately. But whatever. All I care about is being able to stream this again and being able to interact with the new content. Yeah, speaking of, like I was saying, I've kind of vaguely kept up. For instance, I know that there are the last update, 1.20, at did we find another fucking beehive? We found another beehive. Here it is, right. No, that's just a log. Yeah, we found another beehive over here. Holy shit. It's like higher up in the tree. Oh, there's another one of the new add-ons we've just heard. Oh, ambient noise of bugs. It's not any sort of mob or anything. It's literally just sound, which is pretty damn cool. There are some like bug particles that they've added around for like mosquitoes or water bugs. Oh, this is the one we found before. I was about to say, say? I was about to say, holy shit. Oop, Papa. I did put the grace timer on, even though mobs aren't going to be hostile towards us. Yeah, speaking of mobs, I know about. Oh, ooh, traitor! Hello! Hello, friend. Ow. Haven't seen you around before. You just wake up? Good to see a friendly face. Bold you to assume I'm friendly. Welcome to my home. What's your name friend? Kind of you to ask, traveler. It's Grit. Let's see. Why do you trade gears? Well, they're limited, they're durable, and they're frankly useless to us. Perfect for currency. Wish they weren't so damn heavy, though. You can't reproduce them? Afraid not. You could always pour some ore in a mold and then leave it in the rain for a while. You'd have yourself a rusty gear, sure. There's a precision and uniformity to these that's remarkable. They're tough as hell, too. We're not sure what sort of alloy was used to make them. Some folks believe they weren't made by human hands at all, but rather by something greater. Okay. Why live out here like this? Most people live in the villages, holed up or been cautious of any threats. There, there certainly are threats, have you likely seen. Not me, though. I like it out here. And besides, there's a profit to be made. Beasts are ravenous. Is wealth worth all that risk? Of course. Wealth is a virtue unto itself. Mm. There may yet come a time when great arts appear before us. That hap- and if that happens, I would show them the fruits of my labor. I would lay out before them my gears, my gold and silver, and everything else I've gathered. And if I'm deemed worthy, I'll join them on their endless journey. Huh. Alright. Got anything to trade? Uh, agriculture. Oh, they're an agriculture trader. Let's see. Soybeans. Ooh, nice. Bye-bye. I heard a bear out here. Let's see. This. This. There we go. Make sure that's shut so nothing can get in. Yaw. Damn, dude's loud. really decided where I want to, like, set up. Our spawn is right here, so we probably want to stay close. And, you know, it's right next to water. And bees. So we'll probably stay by our spawn. Also, side note, I don't know if that's, like, our exact spawn. It's like a doofus. I forgot to mark, uh, where our spawn was. Yeah, like I was talking about before, in terms of like the new updates, there have been new mobs, new updates to like ruins, because you can see they've added like chisel blocks in to the ruins, which is great. Makes them a little bit more dynamic looking. Hey, more food bushes. Nice. Blueberries. You could see the little like pop-up thing that said like prune. I tested that out. I don't know if that was supposed to like act as like the wildcraft mechanic where it's like, oh, you prune something and you get like clippings or whatever. But it does not do that in the base game. All it does is prune the yeah, all it does is prune the plant to just make it look more flat. You know what? No, never mind. It prunes the bushes to make them look more flat. Just kind of not a big fan of that. I do wish it would give you clippings like in Wildcraft. So it's like that's how you move slash spread berry bushes. And it fits more, in my opinion, with the ethos they've unmuted. Yes, yeah, pruning the berry bushes to or damn it. Yeah, pruning the berry bushes to get clippings instead of just picking up the whole fucking block whole. Fits more with the realistic survival ethos that they stated they're kind of going for on their website, you know? Some of the decisions that they've made have kind of, like, I'm not a fan of. It kind of gets rid of the fun, in my opinion. For instance, the changing the map from color accurate to not by default kind of just makes it a little bit unnecessarily hard, in my opinion. But again, that's just my opinion. But they do have a toggle to be able to change it back. Another thing that they added was, another thing that they added was like in the last update they increased the swim speed of creatures, which is really fucking annoying. But again, they made it an option to where you can lower the swim speed of creatures. Not quite sure if that includes you yet, but yeah, I'm glad that they're like continuing to add on to the sort of realistic hardcore survival aspects, but also make it to where the customization of those aspects is there. It's very nice. Especially for somebody like me, who honestly much prefers something a little bit more chill. Oh, shit. There we go. Son of a motherfucker! Why am I like this? 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 I don't want to kill the fish. Nope. Well, we've got a storage basket, which is good, I guess. Fucking hell, dude. Alright. Nope. Alright, let's make our way back. Wee. Oh, here's another update. They added deer. Remember that old, before, oop, we had like the mod that added a bunch of different kinds of deer and moose and all that. They've actually added those, into the base game, which is awesome. Papa Elf! Welcome in! Good to see you. And I'm doing good. We just started playing some Vintage Story. One of my favorite games that I haven't gotten to stream in over a year. I was just talking about the updates. Well, Vintage Story started out originally as a Minecraft mod that basically added a lot more survival and hardcore elements. And the creators got tired of dealing with Minecraft's not the best code and decided to just make their own game and engine from the ground up. So basically, it's Minecraft with its whole block aesthetic, but the mechanics are much more in depth. There's weather, specific seasons. Yeah, basically, it's the best way I can describe it is just Minecraft, but with more in-depth mechanics. Oop, I almost passed my spawn. Make sure I don't fall in a hole. Blueberries! Eat. Yeah, like I was saying, let's see, like, so I finished my wine. Ooh, nice. I've never gotten to play the Witcher series before. But it sounds like a game right up my alley. Oh, keep getting distracted. I almost ran past my spawn. Alright, it is getting very dark. We need to try and get us a fire going. Let's see, there's I don't I don't know if I mentioned there's alcohol in this game, but yes, you can actually brew your own wine and mead. But that's way far down the tech tree for me to be able to craft. Let's see. Max. But yes, you can make your own alcohol and you get a drunk effect. It's very funny. What am I doing into that? Let's see. Max. Uh, yeah, we gotta get ourselves a fire going quick, because it gets very dark in this game. Like, super dark. Man, running out of inventory space. Oh, crap. I didn't have my knife. Yeah, later in the game, you can make lots of cool mechanical stuff. Firewood. Can't remember if I have fire spread turned off. I think I do, but... Oh! I do love Minecraft. Maybe I'll check this. Yeah! Big recommend. Big recommend for this game. I've had it for a couple years now. The creators just put out a huge update like last week. added four new story dungeons to the game. I'm super excited to get to those. My fire starter. Let's see. Two sticks and a torch. Ah, just torch in here. Let's see. Broken matches. Eek. There we go. Uh, good. I would hope you don't do that IRL. That let's go ahead and plant all these down around here. Mm, eh, fish. Little fish friends. Are there zombies or creepers or yes, there are. I have what's called a grace timer on right now. Whenever you start up a world, you can go into settings and customize a bunch of different stuff. One of them is the grace timer that gives you a maximum of 10 days without monsters to sort of get your footing in the game. The monsters in this game are called drifters, which are pretty much monsters from another dimension leaking into this one. There are also many different varieties of drifters, some stronger, some weaker. See, you just see right here, the bottom of my chat, the grace timer just went down one day. So I have 8 days left before drifters start to appear. Go back to this pond and gather up more of these. Along with drifters, there are also hostile animals like wolves and bears. Ooh, neat. I know a buddy of mine who really likes The Simpsons. That'll be super stoked for that. Uh, chicken. Yeah, that sounds pretty neat. Ah, random cattail in the middle of the woods. Random two cattails in the middle of the woods. Nice. Aw, man, my knife broke. Well, I hope it ends up being good. My buddy mentioned they just recently shut down the mobile game. I think it was like a town builder. He was super bummed about that. So hopefully this new game will be good and fun. Mm, I see. Yeah, that's how my family was whenever I was growing up. I wasn't really allowed to watch Simpsons when I was a kid. I mostly know stuff about the show from like secondhand information and memes. Ooh, excuse me. I think I got it all. Yes, I did. Oh wait, I can make another basket. Expand my inventory. I don't have enough. That's fine. Okay. Random bear. Hey, copper. My niece and nephew are only allowed to watch Disney. Well, that's kind of a shame. Like, just Disney? Not even like modern cartoons and stuff? need to be rude about it. Yeah. Usually, if the like wolves or bears, caught sight of you, they would run your ass down and try to eat you. But I have passive mode on. Basically means that hostile creatures will not attack you unless you attack them first. Or, like, they perceive you as a threat. For instance, if a boar, like if a male boar has a family, even with the passive mode, they will just immediately attack you. Ah, okay. Well, at least when they're hanging out with you, they get to watch something that's not just Disney. You know, there are plenty of other kids' networks out there that are perfectly fine. I loved a lot of PBS shows when I was growing up. I wish they still aired it, but one show, it was on Cartoon Network. It was called Chowder. It was so goofy and fun. I loved that show. Theme song was great. Oh, you know what? The sun's coming up. Ah, yeah. I can't remember if Stardew Valley is a game that's on Xbox or not. I know it has a PlayStation version, and of course the computer, but that could potentially be a fun game for them and maybe you as well in your spare time. I don't know how old your niece and nephew are. You can do that. No, it's a no. Stardew Valley is its own separate game. It's a farming game. You run your own farm and craft and raise animals and make friends with the villagers. No, do not throw my food. Yeah, I think I got all of the cattails here. Complete this. And head back home. Mm, wait. Oh, that's Flint. Never mind. There's more cattails over here. Uh, did they change the stack? They changed the stack limit of cattails. That's kind of annoying. Whatever. I think I'm gonna keep gathering until either I get all of these or my knife breaks. I'm gonna go home. Home. It's literally just campfire by a pond. Mm, okay. Something making noise. For some reason, samples don't. Ah, okay. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I've never been the biggest fan of super uber strict parenting styles. I mean, not my kids or whatever, but still. I think we should just let kids not run wild, obviously, but just like be chill and happy and be children. Yeah, exactly. Like little kids shouldn't be around that type of stuff, but they shouldn't be denied the ability to, be children. Just let them chill and have fun. Oh, that was the wrong color. A lot of the times, kids raised by super strict parents, all it kind of does is make them not like their parents. Like, not trust them, not like them. I don't think strict parenting is very beneficial for kids. Okay, there's an option to turn flip for swearing off. Nice. Yeah, maybe once they're in their early teens, if you feel up to it, you could start introducing them to others, to those kinds of games. Oh, almost went past my house. Pond. Thought I found another beehive. Just keep walking past the same one. I should actually get like a house of some kind going eventually. Or not eventually, here soon. Where's my campfire? Me. Yeah, being polite and well mannered is a good thing, but denying a kid their, like actually denying them a childhood is not a good thing. Making them so stressed about behaving a certain way or not letting them, act like children. It's just not the best thing. At least in my opinion. That's just my opinion. It's a balancing act. Making sure you set those boundaries and teach kids to be well mannered, polite, kind, all that stuff. Nerpy, welcome in. How are you doing this fine 1 a.m.? Or whatever time it is for you. Ah. Yeah, it is very late for you. Thank you for the lurk, Papa Elf. Much appreciated. Well, thank you for coming to say hi, Nerpy. It's always wonderful to see you. Yeah, unfortunately, due to internet throttling, I can't really stream earlier in the night. If I wasn't a night owl, I could stream during the afternoon before 6 my time. Because I've noticed the internet throttling usually happens between 6 p.m. and midnight. But I'm not a night. But I'm not a day person. So, midnight it is. Although I could do like early morning streams. That's usually around when I go to bed. That's beside the point. Point is, it's wonderful to see you, even though it's so stinking late. I don't even know where I'm going. Oh, it's that other beehive. Yeah, baby birds. Oh, give that friend a wide. Don't run into the tree. Give that friend a wide berth. Uh, we should have enough of these to max out our inventory. Yes. Aster is good. Feeling a little bit eepy, but now that I've started, streaming and doing stuff, I'm feeling a lot better. Really happy to be playing Vintage Story again. Haven't been able to play it play it on stream in over a year. There was a memory usage issue with older version of Vintage Story that made it impossible for me to stream. Where is my campfire? Mm, ah, there she is. Right. I'm gonna mark where this thing is because I've been wandering around forever. First, I'll get rid of this, and then just That's all we got right now. Okay, first and foremost. Hey! Jeez. Yeah, asked her good. Thank you for asking. Did we find another beehive? I hear I hear another beehive. I wanna get bees. Baby! Little chick. Look! Baby chicken! Get the giant block out of my... We gotta sneak or they're gonna run away. Baby! Look! Oh, they just went in the bush. The baby chickens are so cute. I love them. Speaking of like animals, one of the new features they added since the last time we played was animal riding. But instead of riding a horse like you would expect, you ride a moose. Was it a moose or an elk? I think it was an elk. Yeah, it's an elk, which I'm super excited because I haven't tried that yet. Not even in creative. You have to beat the first dungeon though, which is a ways away from being able to gear up to do. Yeah, it's really cool. You can basically turn like, once you get an elk, you can, like, basically turn them into a mobile campsite with, storage and a place to put, like, a bedroll. And you can even give them, like, cosmetics like a riding blanket. It's really fun. Yeah, there's another beehive up in this tree. Our last world, the nearest beehive was like 1,000 blocks away, and now we've found 3 right next to our spawn. Oh, the joys of RNG. RNGesus has blessed us this day. Crickets! See the little cricket particles. Crickets! Okay, so this spot is open-ish, I guess. I'm going to bed. Take care. Okie dokie. Hey, Papa Elf. Thank you for popping in. Hope you have a good night. I need to stretch. Should take a drink. Mm, yum. Fix my posture. Okay, so now the plan. Hello? Thank you, game. Yeah, now the plan is to make is to just go old school. Since we're in vanilla. Oh, crap. Basically just need to make one big platform. I just need to make one big platform for all of the berry bushes we've got. We'll make this into a proper make a proper farm whenever we have fences. Oh, you know what? That reminds me, we actually have the wattle fence, which is just made with sticks. We have that in vanilla now. So we just need like a crap ton of sticks. Mm. Oh. You know what? It's gonna take us a little while to get like that many sticks. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, we'll just start with the old school way of doing this. Of having like the raised platform. Oh, we've got 2 more. Yeah, we'll start with the old school way and just try and gather more berry bushes and sticks along the way. Make sure we have a good amount of food. There we go. Now that's all nice and safe. It. But yeah, early game is still pretty much the same. For vanilla, at least. I was talking about earlier about like the updates and stuff, and I mentioned the new dungeons. I've decided that for for our build that we're going to be doing, we're not going to go, well, we're kind of going to go a little bit crazy. it's somehow going to be both like simpler and like not. The blocks that we're going to be using are wattle and daub blocks, which, yeah, very nice, like pastel colored blocks. I really like the pink and really like the pink, the orange, and the yellow. Let's see, the daub. Yeah, we need to be able to get into like the metal age to get barrels to be able to make this stuff. Let's see, pink dye, cranberries, orange dye is onions, and yellow dye is also onion. We could also make it if we had like specific sand, but I don't want to waste sand. Speaking of sand, raw dog, pink, let's see, golden brown, light brown, raw dog, granite sand, clay stone. That's still clay stone. Yeah. Luckily, I think we're in the right biome. Uh, One of the reasons why I liked where we spawned so much. I have not, in fact, like actually looked around to know what's around me. All that I know is the basic, like typography of everything that I've uncovered. Damn, the wind has gotten loud. Hmm. It's I did turn up the spawn rate for copper and tin, just because I find that kind of a pain in the ass. Like, I find metal to be a pain in the ass. Anyways, I got, sorry, I got distracted again. Uh, so when it comes to at least the first dungeon and like our build and stuff, I've decided to sort of like most of the most of the blocks that I want to use for the build, they're just what was the other one was plaster. Yeah, plain plaster. This one would be a little bit. This is like the block that's going to be the most prevalent. Basically just like any quicklime. We need to find, yeah, we need to find chalk or limestone. It's like the really important thing that we need. No more rocks. Yeah, our whole build kind of depends on us, being able to secure a good source of either chalk or limestone. Oop, wrong button. T U. Okay, it can be made into thatch or tool roots. Oh, tool root amulet. Or oh, it's a vegetable. Tool root. Okay. So those things are potential food sources. It's good to know. I can't remember if I have drop inventory on or not, so I should be careful. Well, I mean, unless we run into a boar with a family, we'll be fine. Yeah, like I said, we should still be careful. Damn, the wind's going nuts. Uh, I'm not too biffed about the shade of green I'm using being different. It's fine. Yeah, mostly I'm trying to go through all this area that I've loaded and try and gather up as many of the berry bushes into one spot as I can. I guess kind of the same thing for reeds. I'm slightly tempted to move our like home location out to this lake here because it's right on the edge of the me going back to my old habits of wanting like a nice big amount of space. Where are we right now? Actually, we're here. Let's go back this way. Yeah, I keep getting distracted. I'm sorry. Yeah, the plaster is the main like block we're gonna be using with like accents of the wattle and daub. So it's gonna be pretty like once we get like a good barrel system going and find like chalk or limestone, we'll be doing good. But something that I want for like accent blocks or the potential to be able to use is the really beautiful like creative blocks that are, of course, limited to creative only. They look like the concrete blocks from Minecraft, but excuse me, geez, slightly less saturated than those and have a nice texture to them. I love the like colorful creative blocks. There's also like glow blocks as well. That are just some of my favorite. But again, they're limited to creative only. So I'm thinking of like limiting myself uh, to where it's like I can only use those specific like color blocks after we beat the first boss. And it's like like I basically have to gather and swap out a certain base game block for those. So it's like if I want a stack of the pink creative blocks, I need to gather slash make a stack of whatever block it is I decide. Haven't exactly decided what. I was thinking maybe planks, potentially. Either doing like planks or maybe the wattle and daub or plaster could be a good trade-off. But I wasn't quite sure. I don't know, I have to do a little bit more thinking, but it's gonna be a while before we have to get to that point, so we're gonna have plenty of time to think on it. Pinkin. Side note, I actually do like this pond. I mean, we'd have a good, like a lot of starting food, I guess, if we moved here. Where would I want my house? Oh, 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 build up. Try and get a better, like, look. It's probably a bad time to try and scout out a location for a house. Yeah, this whole thing is like a basin that can be sort of dug out. Oh, 7 days. 7 days. Let's see, this way. Thinking maybe right there. It's close-ish to the lake. Ah. You know what? I like it. I like this spot right here. Let me get rid of this. Change this to that. New. Oh, then change this back to just saying spawn. SPAWN. Since I know it's this area generally. We won't know unless we die. I don't want to die. Alright, cool. So, no, oop, nerd pole up. Just sort of mark where we want our house to be. I need to go get that other stuff. I'm gonna have to go get all my reeds and everything from the other pond. start clearing out some of these bushes, I guess. You know what? Technically, if I wanted, I know there's like sand and stuff around. I could grab sand. I could just use dirt. Do the good old thing of using dirt for walls. Or, yeah, the walls on the roof. We got our grace timer and also the passive mode on, so it's fine. Mostly I'm just trying to clear... Can I talk, please? Mostly I'm trying to clear off a spot over here for the berry area. Oh, wrong thing. Try and zoom in here a little bit more. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, I need to get us some more doit for this. Okay, we'll just use pink. That works. No. Berry. There we go. I'll keep this on. Let's just dig down. We're just gonna do our old school thing of hollowing out the ground. So, yeah, I talked about the blocks that we're planning on using for this build, but I didn't really talk about what we're doing. I decided that instead of going for like a very specific, excuse me, this is the build we're going to do, we're just gonna start with like a palette and kind of just go with a basic theme. And as you may have noticed, the palette is very much white and pastel-y, very pretty, and that's primarily because the past probably like 7 months, 8 months, something like that, I've very much got into very much gotten into sort of pastel, kawaii fashion, or kawaii aesthetic. I know some people call it cute core, but the original term for it is kawaii, so I'm going to use that because I know for like I just found out about this like this week, but apparently some people in America got it in their heads that the word kawaii was like a racial slur or something. And it's like, no, it's literally the Japanese word for cute. And it's like, you ask actual Japanese people if it's a slur, if it's bad, if it's this, that, and other, and they're like, the fuck are you on about? Obviously more polite than that. But like, I watched a pretty recent video talking, basically interviewing, like actual Japanese people and actual people in Harajuku. This was talking about an incident that happened a little while back where a black influencer talked about kawaii fashion and how much she loved it and showed off her looks, and she got like massive hate for it, massive hate for it. Just like massive racist bullshit. Her account got banned. I don't know. I don't know if she got unbanned. But I know she got banned because people were false reporting her for hateful language and like multiple Japanese Harajuku style influencers came out in support of her. A lot of like average Japanese people during that sort of like street interview video talking about what kawaii fashion is, what it isn't, talking about how it's not a slur, it's not cultural appropriation, it's a fashion aesthetic. The word literally means cute. It's not offensive, nothing like that. I have no idea. Nobody really knows how this started, how this spread. But I and a lot of other people are kind of thinking that it was just like very ignorant, younger, like Americans who don't know the history of the fashion style, don't know the history of the word, and it's like misinformation got spread and like a completely innocent influencer got caught in the crossfire. But yeah, that's why I use and am going to continue to use the term kawaii fashion, kawaii aesthetic, yummy kawaii. Is it yummy kawaii, yummy kawaii? My pronunciation is probably shit, so please excuse that. But yeah, I'm not gonna use cute core because cute core is kind of, from what I've found, actually the more culturally appropriative version. It's kind of the whitewashed version of kawaii fashion, kind of taking away the actual Japanese name for the aesthetic and the Japanese roots and the Harajuku roots of the fashion. So anyone listening has a problem with me using the word kawaii, literally not a problem at all. It's never been a problem until someone who was misinformed started spreading bullshit. Like, it's been a perfectly fine word that has been around for decades. Anyways, uh, sort of pastel kid core, kawaii, yummy kawaii kind of blend is sort of the general theme we're going for. Just like very cute, very pastel type of build. How big we're gonna go? I don't know. Uh, just starting with like a general color palette. I'm just gonna go. Here it is. Yeah, like I said, we're just gonna start with a general color palette and just go. Yeah, like I mentioned before, I have absolutely no idea how the whole bullshit started with kawaii is a slur, or like non-Japanese people can't dress in kawaii fashion. Both of those are very stupid, and a lot of like average Japanese people and Japanese style influencers have said no, that's stupid. This style is perfectly fine for anyone to wear. So, yeah, I trust actual people from those cultures and actual influencers from those cultures instead of some rando Americans. Uh, yeah, like I said, uh, we're gonna go around this way. Eh, I'll leave it. Uh, let's see. Now we got to go get our stuff from Spawn. Let's see what it reads. But yeah, on a more positive note, like I said, I have very much been getting into the style, so it's kind of more of like my own take on it. Oh, big idea to grab a knife. Because even though I'm more into like the pastel hues now, I do still really like fall colors. So my version of the fashion ends up looking more, pastel orange, pastel yellow, sort of lighter shades of beige. Fish, you need to be really damn careful. I do not want to hit you. Yeah, it's a lot of mostly pastel yellow, orange, and then sort of light beige. I'm still not a very big fan of cool colors like the blue and purples. I do like some green, some like mint green or like a very pale, almost like olive green. Yeah, it's mostly like, oh, also pink. Pink is one I'm okay with. So mostly just like pastel warm colors. But I'm not like against using cool colors. For instance, that I think I mentioned something about a Disney Fairies painting last time we streamed. How I was doing like a really huge Disney Fairies painting. Of course, some of the fairies are like one of the fairies is purple, one of them is blue, and I decided to do like the primary color for the background is purple, but instead of being like super saturated, I went for a much more dusty purple, like much more dusty shades of purple and blue. It was not like super saturated. So like in that instance, like little pops of like little bits of blue, like little bits of desaturated blue or purple here and there, not that big of a deal. But usually only if I've like it's something that like I have to, like it makes sense. Like if I'm drawing or painting a specific character. But for like decor projects and stuff, I'll still try and avoid cooler colors if I can. think I'm gonna continue with that kind of mentality for the build. Just trying to stick to mostly like the pastel warm colors, along with like light browns, cream, white, all that kind of jazz. Excuse me, jeez. This can use me. Yeah, speaking of like projects and stuff like that, I do believe last time I mentioned I was going to be coloring something. I might have said that I was going to be making like my own coloring pages for Plank and Wobble, but after doing the big painting, I kind of decided that I needed something a little bit more, something a little bit less detailed, you know? So I went ahead and just decided to freehand color a map of Pixie Hollow. It only, like, I didn't try and, like, rush through it. It was, where the, where, I don't know where those bones went. Whatever, it's fine. Uh, yeah, I didn't try and rush through coloring that, map. And I think that was like a good thing. I just did it a little bit at a time. And I really love how it turned out. Very chill, very relaxing. I think sometime, I think I want to, yeah, after how, like, nice and relaxing after how nice and relaxing uh, coloring that map was, I think I very much want to do like more freehand kind of coloring stuff like that. I do also want to make my own coloring pages like I originally planned on doing before. Maybe just do like smaller ones. Because the ones I was planning on doing before were really big ones. Yeah, they were really big ones. Where the there it is. Okay, it's right here. Yay. You know what? They should pop. Yeah. Looks like get all of these. And head back home. But yeah, along with that map that I did, I also did something really fun that I'm so happy I did. So this is gonna take a bit of explaining. So back in like Christmas of 2019, my grandpa got me a bow for Christmas, which I was super hyped about. As I mentioned, how I was like interested in archery. And so he surprised me with a bow. Turns out the bow he got me was too big. It was for a average sized adult, and despite me being an adult in age, I am not an adult in size. I'm very little, and I have little hands. And he wasn't able to return it. So he ended up having to get me another bow that was smaller. So yeah, I ended up with two bows. One that I could actually, hold and use, and one that I couldn't. So I decided, you know what? The one that's too big, it's literally just sitting. It's literally just sitting in my closet here. So I decided to go ahead and pull it out and decorate it. I painted the main body like a very light pastel pink color. The handle a slightly darker pastel pink. Well, the grip where your hand goes is. Wait, this is red clay right here. I didn't even notice. I forgot uh they renamed this to red clay instead of fire clay. That's right. I didn't even notice it because the texture looks different. Hell yeah. Oh, yeah, side note. The grip where you put your hand is slightly darker, and then the rest of the center part, like the rest where the arrow goes, is gold. The ends, like each end of the bow, where the string attaches, are gold. And then on the inside of the like main body of the bow are these kind of mm, not really runes of any kind. They're just random shape symbols that I painted on with gold paint. And the last touch is on either side of the handle grip is these little feather wing things. I don't know what you would call them. Just gold feather wing looking things. It looks so stinking cool. I hung it up on my wall last night after everything was done and dried, and oh man, does it look cool. I love it. I don't regret it at all. And the best thing is, uh, yeah, the best thing about the whole thing is that it's still usable. I didn't paint the actual. I don't know if it's like actual horsehair, but it kind of looks like horsehair. Rest, like the part where the arrow will rest. It's this like hair-like material that helps the bow or it helps the arrow not have like a lot of friction, so it can just go real easy. I didn't paint that, and yeah, I didn't paint the string. There's nothing blocking. There's nothing that'll like block the arrow or anything like that. So the bow is still completely usable. It just looks like a magical girl bow now. That's kind of the theme I was going for with that thing. Oh, yeah, that's kind of the whole theme I was going for there. And I really love how it looks. Maybe once we get chiseling stuff going consistently, maybe I could chisel a version of that for my wall, or as close as I can in the voxel style. I think that could be fun. I do also think could be fun to just try and chisel different like pictures or posters or anything like that for our house. Once we get like enough, like once we're in a good enough place to be consistently like making chisels to use. projects since last stream, which ain't too bad. I was actually really surprised with how fast I was able to get that bow project finished. Did not take that long, like at all. Just, it only took me 2 days to finish. As for what I'm planning on doing next, having a bit of trouble deciding. I'm thinking of maybe taking this old. Originally, it was intended to be like a fruit bowl, like a really cheap plastic fruit bowl. I turned it into like a hanging flower pot, not really for actual flowers. Just like taking that and repainting it. Or not repainting it, it was never painted in the first place. Just a plastic bowl. Yeah, I was thinking of repainting that. So that's like one option. Another option I was thinking of doing is I have this metal butterfly that I was thinking of painting. The colors are kind of eh, so that's kind of why I was thinking of painting it. Excuse me. Bleh. Not just very simple, taking old things I have, painting, literally giving them a new coat of paint type of projects. Motherfucker. Painting this. Ugh. I don't know if I have enough firewood to get a new campfire going. No, I don't think I do. That's not a tree. Here's a tree right over here. Try and make sure there's not any resin on this before I break it. But yeah, the butterfly is one option. The flower pot is another. Another I was thinking of is oh, check that. Check that. Nope. Do I not have grass? Ugh. I thought I had grass. There. Let's see. Another option. Another couple of options would be just trying to make some like cardboard panels. Basically, just either straight up paint or like cover cereal box cardboard with printer paper, paint it, and then like use that as like background panels for my bookshelves. I'm like speaking of my bookshelves. Hello, hello, friend. Welcome in. Sorry about the darkness. I'm about to start a fire. That. There we go. Yeah, I hope you're having a wonderful time zone. Day, night, afternoon, whatever time it is. There we go. Relight our torch real quick. Oh, this is a Minecraft. Yeah, I can understand that. Uh, but this is Vintage Story. Fun fact, this actually did start out as a Minecraft mod years ago, but the developers got tired of dealing with Minecraft's code, so they just made their own code and game from the ground up. Yeah, it's a really, really fun game. I love Vintage Story. It has a much stronger focus on survival, and the mechanics are much more. Mechanics are very in depth. I like it quite a lot. Empty stuff out of my inventory. Let's see. Ooh, nice. Food is always good. Actually, getting a little hungry myself, IRL. Go ahead and clear out some more space. Make room for my house. Oh no! Well, that's unfortunate. Oh, something got this chicken. Well, hopefully your food is still good, even though the rice was messed up. Mm. actually used a rice cooker to make rice before. Growing up, we always just used a regular old pot. I'm sure it's not as good as a rice cooker. I would like to get one day. Yeah, that's how my grandma would make it. Ye- Yeah, I've heard that doing like making rice with a rice cooker apparently makes the rice better, like more fluffy. I don't know, I've never had rice from a rice cooker before. So I don't know. Yeah, that's what I've always heard from people who use a rice cooker is that apparently it's supposed to make rice more fluffy. No, I'm not. No kidding, no lie. Oh, that. Yeah, no, I've never had rice from a rice cooker before. It's always been made in a pot. Yeah, that's why I say I want to get a rice cooker one day. One of my favorite meals growing up with rice is it's pork chops in a slow cooker with pork gravy, and then you serve that over rice. Oh, it's so good. Though I don't know if you eat meat though. Okay. Ah, okay. Yeah. Gravy was one of the big things in a lot of meals where I grew up. White gravy, brown gravy, pork gravy. Yeah, it's so good. I don't know how common this is outside. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, like I was saying, I don't know how common this is outside of like the southern U.S. Where I grew up, but one of the like staple dishes that I had growing up was rice, brown gravy, and stew meat. So good. Just like cook stew meat in a pan and then serve it with rice and brown gravy. I don't know if it has an official name or anything. My family always just called it meat, rice, and gravy. Gumbo's a pretty good dish. Only ever seen uh, gumbo made with like seafood, and I'm not a big seafood fan. Yeah, crawfish or mud bugs, as some folks down here call them. I'm not the biggest fan of seafood in general, except for catfish. Ooh, fried catfish. So good. Yeah, same. I believe a friend of my uncle makes like chili, crawfish chili. That was a long time ago. He hasn't done that in a while. Eh, yeah. And before you ask, no, we didn't put whole crawfish into chili. Just like took the meat out of the shells and mixed it into chili. I'm just not a fan of the texture of crawfish. Yeah, people come up with some interesting food ideas. I mean, some of the crazy fair food can be a bit much in terms of food ideas. definitely a lot of stuff I wouldn't touch. Oh, yeah, I've never been really into the whole, let's see, outside the states. Uh, Unfortunately, no. Haven't gotten to travel much in my life. I would love to get to travel one day. Uh-oh, it's like a fox or something got another chicken. Let's see, it's super cheap. I'm not sure. I've never really had a reason to look into lights or anything like that. I think it's mostly saving up the money to have to spend while you're traveling. I know the prices of stuff have gone up crazy, so that probably includes flights. Yeah, that's one of the unfortunate things here. The infrastructure for like trains or buses in certain states is pretty bad. It's very annoying. America does have, like, there are some trains in areas. It's mostly bigger cities. Places like New York have a very extensive train system. If you wanted to travel from like one state to a different, trains to cross world. Maybe some, but there's not a lot. Mostly, unless it's like a big city, most of the trains in the States are used for transporting goods. Yeah, it's really unfortunate. If you want, but like I was gonna say before, there are uh, there are buses you can take that go from state to state. So there's that at least if you didn't want to like drive. But it's still not as extensive. Yeah, that is one positive. But yeah, I do wish the bus and train systems were more extensive here in the States. But everything is just built around everybody having a car and having to have a car to get anywhere. Even just walking in a lot of places is really tough, especially in uh, more rural places. Very unfortunate. Whoops. Didn't mean to break that. Yeah, making buses and trains and just making places more accessible by walking is one of the big things I wish they would change here. Oh, I just got a random cranberry bush. Grab these blocks real quick before I build up. Ooh, little bit of lag. Not gonna do anything too fancy. I don't have the wood to do the frame for this right now, but it's fine. Yeah, and it ain't getting no better, unfortunately. The price of eggs here has gone up like seven, yeah, seven US dollars last I saw, which is crazy, absolutely ridiculous. Move that. There's no price control on some items. Nope. Price of eggs. The prices of everything here is going up. I mean, maybe some, but there are plenty of farms here. Some people have even started keeping their own livestock. Yeah, the prices of everything here have gone up, have been going up the past few years. Yes, I do. I just buy them from farmers. Uh, Unfortunately for a lot of people, myself included, actually going certain places can still be difficult, especially, I'm not going to go into too much detail, but currently I don't have a working car. So the only way I can get groceries is to order them online. As for other people, I'm unsure of why they can't go to the farmers directly themselves. Either they have specific deals with stores they can't break, or some other reason, I'm uncertain. Mm, yeah. Well, I'm doing good, thank you. I took last week off of streaming because I was feeling a bit sick, but I'm doing better now. I was talking about earlier my new art projects I've been working on, which have been going wonderfully. Oh, mm, we either have the double door be uneven or we do two. Oop, we do two doors. But yeah, I'm doing good, thank you. It's been a relatively relaxing as it can be week. I got quite a few new crafting and art projects done. Eh, now it kind of looks like a church. That's not my intention. Mm, yes, I'm trying to. Mm, I feel like there needs to be something here. No, let's just try it with the single door. Yes, I am trying to make the that style of house, or at least my version of it. I've actually studied quite a bit of Norse history and mythology. I should know what these types of houses are called, but I can't for the life of me remember right now. Nope, don't like that. Mm, you know what? Let's try and make this like one taller. Eh, no. I want to do something right here, but eh. I'll figure it out later. Maybe if I use a different type of block to make some sort of pattern right there, it'll look cool. But right now, I just need a house. Yeah, I figured since grass in Vintage Story automatically starts growing on dirt blocks, this style of house would be pretty neat and pretty easy to do. Because they do have these. Oop, went too far. Oh, you actually saw them in real life? That's so cool. I've only seen them through pictures and videos and research. That soon. Uh, yeah, the sod. They actually have sod type of roofing here. Need planks for that. Really? I didn't know they would be really expensive. Now those style of houses. Okay, neat. I'll definitely keep that in mind. Thank you for the recommendation. I've always loved these style of houses. I do believe that these were like the loose inspiration for Hobbit homes in the Lord of the Rings series, or at least the same kind of idea of a home made of stone and earth with grass roofs. some blocks, I think. Yeah, right here. Mm, possibly. Oh, really? I didn't know that, actually. Yeah, that sounds really neat. Oop, didn't mean to place that. Yeah, sounds like it. Sounds really neat. The only place I've ever traveled to, still in the US, was the Carlsbad Caverns. I was very young, though, so my memories of it were hazy. Carlsbad Caverns. It's a massive cave system that's like known for its huge colony of bats and beautiful crystal formations inside the cave. Yeah, that place is stunning. Oh, I need more dirt. Carlsbad is a beautiful place. tea got cold, but it's still good. I'm actually quite a big tea fan myself. Hot tea. Which, fun fact, is actually considered a bit of a strange thing down here in the southern US. People much prefer iced tea rather than hot tea. Yeah, it gets so, like, hot, especially during the summertime, that hot drinks are considered a bit out of the ordinary in the South. People usually prefer cold drinks. If it's hot, what? Well, not like scorching. You mean like hot as in the weather? If the weather is very hot, uh, okay. Yeah. During the summertime when... No, no, you're all right. It's all right. Hey, don't worry. Your English is very good. But whenever the weather is hot here, people will usually drink cold drinks, or they'll go to the pool and swim, or a lake if they have one nearby, or they'll play in the water from their watering hose out in their front yards. Yeah, iced tea is very good, uh, especially during the summer. One of my favorite variations of iced tea is raspberry iced tea. Ah, yeah, fair. A lot of people here do the same. I do the same. So a lot of grandmothers here, a lot of grandmothers in the South will still make like a huge pot of tea and then make it into iced tea. I don't think so. I haven't heard of that kind of tea before. that can be a problem for people who don't like things that are very, very sweet. Cook this food. Let's see, where... This should be around where the center of the house is. Mint lemon tea. Ooh, that sounds really good. I've never had mint and lemon mixed together. I really like mint tea, like hot mint tea around the colder months. It's very good. Just a random boar in my house. Yeah, that sounds very good. I will. I definitely will give it a try. Nope, that's the wrong thing. Oh, little baby pig. We can just let them out. There we go. Yeah, I'll definitely give that a try if I'm ever in Europe. Do I have enough firewood? Yes. Oh, my fire starter. Wait, I have my torch. Just use this. Yeah. I'd say the one thing I would recommend if you ever came to the southern United States would be to try fried catfish. Fried catfish is one of my favorite dishes. some more rural areas in the south can be a little bit not great, but the bigger areas like New Orleans or just the bigger cities in general are more diverse and just more open-minded and accepting. So stay away from the rural areas, stick to the big cities, and you'll be fine. Ye- Air portal. And we've... Nope. I was about to say we ran out of dirt again. Oh, I won't. I definitely want to... I definitely want to travel and see a lot of places. Mm, there. This place ended up a little bit smaller than I wanted, but it's alright. Why did a rabbit? Why did a rabbit die in my house? I didn't even get anything from it. No, didn't give me anything, unfortunately. I've never tried it before. I heard that apparently it tastes similar to chicken. Mm. Well, be careful if you do. I know that Florida has quite a good population of alligators. Yeah, I wanted to make a door. 2 logs. Alright, time to bust out the axe. At least the sun's coming up. Yeah, alligators are a very interesting animal. Not one I would want to get close to, that's for sure. Especially would not want to get caught in a death roll, because that's how you lose a limb. Well, they are kind of like wingless dragons, so yeah, elephants are very, very beautiful creatures. But again, I would not want to get too close to them. I prefer to live, thank you. Door. Yay! Alright, we really need to figure out our food situation. Do not want to go near the animals right now. Yeek. Because they can do some serious damage. We can find some clay, we can make a cooking pot. Cook up some of the root vegetables around here. Yeah, elephants and crocodiles are very. Like, there's a lot of very beautiful, very neat creatures in the world. I would not want to get too close to them because I prefer to live. It's gonna be a little while before all those berry bushes we planted start making fruit. So we need to try and scrounge and find whatever we can. That for later. Oh, there's another closet right here. Actually do need sand. So grab this. I think 9 pieces will do. I just need it for the fire pit. There we go. Yeah, right now, berry bushes are our best option. There's so many butterflies around. Look at them all. I love butterflies. I love bugs. Most bugs. Butterflies and moths are my favorite insects. They're just so pretty. Mm. Mm. Sorry about that. Getting a little tired. Wow. How has it already been over 3 hours by now? See, this is what happens whenever I play Vintage Story. I just lose track of time. I want to keep playing. Don't want to fall in there. Uh, you really need some clay. Blue clay, specifically. We have red clay right by our house, but... Oop, food. Now we have red clay right by our home, but I don't want to waste that on making a cooking pot. Since red clay is very important for later in the game. If I can spot anything. Usually the lighter patches in the ground, it's either clay, gravel, or sand. Did you see the deep speak AI? No. I don't know what that is. I don't really keep up with AI stuff. I don't keep up with AI or computer related things. I'm more of an artist and an animator. I don't know what DeepSpeak AI is. Sorry. If you want, you can still talk about it or tell me what it is. Oh, that was the wrong color. Uh, that is that's sand. You know what? My map is really zoomed in. Let's zoom out a little. Some more bushes to take home, and some more food. Nice. Are you watching anything? Well, I've been rewatching some old shows that I watched as a kid. One of them is Rainbow Bright, and the other one is Tokyo Mew Mew. One of them is Rainbow Bright is an American cartoon, and Tokyo Mew Mew is a very old magical girl anime. I've been really loving both of those shows again. Yee! They're still really, really good shows, really fun and cute. I've always been more of a fan of animation instead of live action shows. Oh, that's really cool. I never got to have any of the dolls or toys whenever I was a kid. I just watched the show. I don't know if they actually released dolls for that show in America. I'm not sure. I'm watching uh I'm watching that in the original Japanese with English subtitles, of course. Uh, there were a lot of changes to that show in the English version, so it's why I'm watching the original Japanese. I like it quite a lot. Also, the show got canceled here in the US for some reason. They never finished making the English version. I don't know why. Little. Oh. Oh. No, I don't think it was controversial. I think the I think the company that was doing the English dub probably went bankrupt. Because I remember here in America, Tokyo Mew Mew, the TV station it was airing was called 4Kids, and they went out of business a few decades ago. So most likely they didn't finish airing the English version because 4Kids went out of business, is my best guess. But I could be wrong. Mm. Well, yeah, that's another change that they made. The fact that leather actually goes bad now. Not quite sure why that wasn't a thing before. But yeah, besides those two shows, I haven't really been consistently watching any others. I try not to watch too many shows at a time. I try and finish one before I start another. I did find this really neat looking movie that I'm looking forward to watching called Demo. It's an animated movie based off a video game. Let's see, I rewatched Redline. Ooh, Redline's really good. I haven't seen that in a long time. Definitely. But yeah, apparently Demo was like a very, very old uh piano phone game. I completely missed out on that, had no idea it existed until I found out about the movie. The movie looks beautiful. I haven't watched it yet, so I'm hoping it's going to be good. I have listened to the music from the game, and oh, the music is gorgeous for Demo. Go up to the studio. Demo or Redline? Oh, no, I didn't know that. Well, that's unfortunate. Always disappointing whenever a really good studio or artist or team is lost. Yeah, that's unfortunate. I didn't know they went bankrupt. Oh, interesting. Why is there like a whole mess of bugs right here? Oh, you know what? I bet they're just hanging about because of water. Those are probably mosquitoes. I thought those were flies for a second. Yeah, me too. Redline was such a good movie. hoping a lot of more indie studios, like independent studios, pop up to start making more movies and animations. There have already been some pretty big successes. Okay, when are we making? Unfortunately, this game does not have cars. You can ride elk in this game. Yeah, it takes a little while to build up technology. The progression of this game is much, much slower than Minecraft, but I find it relaxing. I find it much more relaxing and rewarding. Speaking of rewarding, I see a fruit tree of some kind. Doesn't have any fruit yet. Mm, can come back at another time. But yeah, I prefer more slower paced, relaxing games. So that's one of the reasons why I love vintage stories so much. Is that another fruit tree? No. We were supposed to be trying to find clay. I got a little bit distracted. Mm, bring out the torch because it's getting dark fast. Made clay pots. I've never made clay pots in real life. I've never fired clay before. I've made little dishes and sculptures with air dry clay, but I've never fired clay before. I'd love to give it a try. sculpting with air dry clay is actually how I started uh, making art. Yeah, firing clay pots and dishes looks really neat. Okay, I thought I didn't pick up that berry bush for a second. Oh, I hear a portal. That's not good. Mm. Wait, we just passed lighter patch of grass. Oh, it's just that gravel. Unfortunate. Uh, oh, now we've run into a giant lake. I don't know if you can see in the dark, but that is a temporal rift. Basically, monsters spill out of that when those appear, especially at nighttime. Yeah, it's really neat. The monsters in this game have some very scary looking designs, especially the stronger ones. I won't spoil it because the monsters haven't started appearing yet. How many days do we have left until they start to appear? Almost 4. 4 in-game days until monsters start to appear. We are really not having good luck with finding clay. Go back to that gravel patch. Get some of that since we're nearby. Nope, let's go around the other way. I think once I get that gravel, I'm gonna make my way back home so I can go ahead and sift the gravel and try and get some clay from that. I didn't mark where the gravel This is all sand. Is this your first time playing this? No, it is not my first playthrough. I've actually been playing for a couple of years now. This is a new world I'm playing in. I'm playing the newest version of the game. It just updated. What was I going to mark? I forgot. Copper, that's it. A new update for this game came out last week. And so I'm starting a new world here on stream. Copper. We found more red clay. Found clay, but not the right kind. Vintage Story can be a bit overwhelming for new players, but there's plenty of there's plenty of tutorials on the internet talking about it. There's also a nice little handbook in the game that gives you a lot of information about all different kinds of stuff. So you're not thrown in completely to figure things out by yourself. Oh, yeah. 4 days until monsters appear. Thank you. Man, it's just sand. What was that? Oh, yeah, well, good thing these guys don't have babies. If they had babies, they would attack. No, 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 no. Nope, they do have babies. Mm. Okay, I'm just gonna put my torch away. It's gonna be dark for a second. I'm just gonna swim over here, away from the boars. Because I don't want to die all the way out here. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and head back home. we are very far away. Mm, so I'd say we made pretty okay progress. Didn't find that gravel we were looking for, unfortunately. I still think it's dumb that we can't use muddy gravel for some reason. Makes no sense to me. Technically speaking, we could also sift sand to get clay, but we need sand to build with. So I don't want to waste it if I don't have to. And I love the sound in this game. All the different little sound effects are so good. The low rumble of thunder, the sounds of crickets. One of my favorite sounds in this game is the sound of a pot of food cooking over a fire. Oh, it just feels so warm and cozy. Oh, whoops. Almost walked past home. Speaking of home, since we're right here, I'm gonna go put down these berry bushes. Not the prettiest thing in the world, but have to keep animals from eating the berries. We can make fences later. Right now, we just need food. Something just went running. I don't think I have enough dirt for all this. Just put all of this down. Uh, Let me think. I remember I was talking about something earlier. That was like hours ago. Oh yeah, I was talking about the updates. I do believe I mentioned that they added, yeah, no, three. They added three new story locations. Which I'm very excited to see, as I have no idea what those entail. I know about the first boss that you can fight. But I don't know what the rest of the dungeons are. I've tried to avoid mm, I've tried to avoid that I can't speak. I've tried to avoid finding out what's in the new dungeons just so it could be a surprise. And there's gravel right here. Of course there is. I don't even know how long we ended up wandering around trying to find some. Whatever. It's fine. We found what we were looking for. That's all that matters. But yeah, like I was saying, I'm very excited to learn what's in the new story locations. Get this out of my way. I don't even know what like items or anything you get from the new story locations. I don't even know if they have bosses in them. You have to fight like first dungeon. They probably do. I'm a little bit scared if the new story locations have bosses because the first boss that you fight in the first story location is very tough, apparently. Even if you have like good armor and weapons, it can be a challenge to beat. So I'm worried about that. I definitely want to try and get really good armor and weapons before I head to the first boss. Like I mentioned before, I need to beat the first boss so I can get the rest of the building blocks that I want to use. But it's gonna be a good long while before we get to that. In the meantime, we're just going to relax, build what we can, and uh, try and slowly get better equipment first thing, though, that we really need to get is like a steady supply of food. Because food is one of our major problems right now. There's some more bushes. Can't really start farming till we have a watering can. For that, we need clay. Can't make a wooden watering can or anything. I do wish you could make like a wooden bowl. Like it would make like it just makes sense. Like if you could make a wooden bowl, just using like a knife and a chunk of wood. But you can't, so that's annoying. You can only make clay bowls. Big thunderstorm off in the distance. Yow. Good thing I have fire spread turned off, or else that lightning would cause a forest fire. Uh, let's see. This. Because, yeah, you can carve a. Huh? Wait, what? This You can't make a sip. Wait, really? They changed that? Nope. Panning for ore. Wooden pan. Oh no, I just had it in the wrong spot. Okay. Scared me for a second. But they changed the recipe. should empty it. Nope. I should empty this out so I know what I'm getting. Got some copper. That's nice. Usually I don't like sifting on stream because it can be a little bit tedious. As far as I can tell right now, this is our best option. Trying to find clay. We get really desperate and can't find blue clay in our spawn area. Probably just use the red clay. Don't want to use the red clay because I need it for later game. Yes! Okay, we got some blue clay, which is good. So, yeah, along with the new dungeons, they did also add deer, which I'm really happy about. They've actually taken inspiration from quite a couple of mods. The deer mod and the map were both inspired from mods created by the community with permission from the mod authors, of course. Which, like, the creators of the game technically didn't have to ask permission to use the ideas from community made mods for their game, but they did anyways. And it's really, really good because it just goes to show the integrity of the developers behind Vintage Story, especially considering the fact that the developers were originally modders themselves, so they know how important somebody's mod can be to them. It's just really, really cool to see. And considering the fact that the last update they did that was released last week was one of the biggest updates they've done so far. I'm really hoping for like the team's sake so they don't get burnt out. I hope that they end up slowing down and doing like a smaller update. something that I would really. There are two. I feel like there are two. Excuse me. There are two areas in Vintage Story, for me at least, that really, really need an. Hello, giant lightning. Anyways, as I was saying, I feel like there are two areas Vintage Story needs an improvement. One is the cooking system. The cooking system is already really good, but I feel like the variety of foods that you can make is very limited. I think more options of food, like types of food you can make, would be a good addition. And I think adding on to different types of food, I think increasing the variety of crops that you can grow, increasing the variety of crops that you can grow in game would be really, really good. I think those two main areas would be good for maybe a smaller update. Just a cooking and crops update would be great. They've already increased different types of like plants that spawn in the water to make the water look more vibrant and lively. I think giving some more of those plants uses instead of just having them look pretty would be really nice. And like I said, having the number of crops you can grow would be a very nice addition. One of the reasons why the Wildcraft set of mods was one of my absolute favorites is because of the amount of new wild plants, crops, and wood types it added. It was great. I think, yeah, I think those two small areas, just increasing the number of crops and increasing the variety of food, would be a real nice small-ish update compared to the last one. Hopefully, it's something the team are gonna do sometime soonish in the future. But we will see. Man, we're getting more copper than clay here. I'm not complaining. I just really, really need clay. I'm wondering, I said earlier they don't allow you to sift muddy gravel. I'm wondering if they changed it or not. Still can't sift muddy gravel. That's fine. I don't know if we're gonna add. I don't think we're gonna add more, like, add mods into this world. I think we're just gonna keep it as is. Gonna deal with it as is. Uh, there we go. It's getting a little bit too quiet for my liking. Hopefully the game's not too loud. Our storage is kind of bleh. Oh, you know what? I just remembered. Grab that. There. Now we don't have to worry about grass growing and the fire catching grass. Burning everything. Just realized I have grass. Oh, I have fire spread off. So that wouldn't have mattered anyways. Whatever, it's fine. Let's put this by the door. Ooh, something neat. I think I'm gonna start like my own solo world again. I'll still have the stream world, obviously. But I really love having like my own solo world. Probably help me get used to the new stuff a little bit more. Speaking of like streaming and stuff, I don't want to jinx it or anything, but like, knock on wood, we've been doing pretty good. The main reason we haven't stream. Yeah, the main reason we haven't played this game on stream is because of the memory issue. The fact that even with no mods at all, just the base game, the amount of memory usage was about 8,000 to 9,000, which is crazy. So yeah, we weren't able to run OBS and play this game at the same time. But yeah, after, like, I've been waiting for some sort of update that fixes the memory problem. Luckily, this last update did. I need more cattails. Oh, good. Portal opened up right there. That's great. This gravel. Get this out of our way. Let me grab some dirt so I can get this. I want to make a shovel because my inventory space is already crammed as is. I think what we're gonna do is, after we plant all of these bushes, I think we're going to call it. It's almost 5 in the morning here for me. Yeah, it's almost 5 in the morning here for me. I really need something to eat and get to bed. Side note, I don't know if I like the new clay texture all that much. I don't know why. It looks weird to me. It kind of reminds me of raw meat for some reason. Or like partially cooked meat. I don't like it. transformed into basic pottery items. On surface deposits. Low elevations. Okay. Oh wait, red clay, fire clay. Oh, you have to make fire clay now. Interesting. Oh, you have, okay, so you have to combine blue clay with red clay and flint made by grinding that. Oh, grind flint. Interesting. Fire. Okay. Cool. Is there anything like special that red clay is used for? Red clay shingles. Let's see, red clay ingredients for fire. Oh, yeah. Oh. So it's not a retexture, it's just a completely different thing. Interesting. That was actually something I didn't know. Originally, I went looking to see if they had like changed the rarity or mechanics for blue clay, but I found out something completely new instead. That's really cool. So yeah, you need these two like basic types of clay to make fire clay. Very interesting. Very interesting choice to change it. Oh, we got the strangely high intensity music I'm not a big fan of. We have about, yeah, we have just about a stack. Should be enough for these. Nope. Smart. Oh, excuse me. Really? Money. I know you can domesticate chickens to make it to where they're not scared of you. Part of me is wondering if you can domesticate rabbits as well. I would love to be able to have like pet bunnies. They're so cute. I just want pets. Technically, we have the elk that you can have and ride. Like I mentioned earlier, those aren't unlocked until after you beat the first boss. first boss was a piece of equipment that wasn't great. F7, yeah. It's 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7. Eh, Oh, whoops. I accidentally stacked these on top of each other. Oopsie. Would those other ones fall to the ground? Oh, one of them fell to the ground. Man, where is it? Where did that one bush go? Ah, got it. Alright, just gotta place this and we'll be good. Got a pretty decent, yeah, we've got a pretty decent crop of stuff going. And, oop, make sure to break that. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna make this whole, like, big berry field look a lot nicer in the future. But right now, we just need to focus on functionality over form. Oh, big stretch. Oh, but yeah, this is going to be the end of stream. Yeah, this is going to be the end of stream for today. We did pretty good. We didn't make as much progress as I was hoping. I was hoping to maybe try and get some clay stuff done, but we got really caught up with uh, trying to find food. Yeah, hopefully we'll be able to find some blue clay next time. Speaking of next time, uh, maybe next Monday. We might play Sky Children of the Light. We might also play this again. I don't know. We will have to see. But yeah, anyways, thank you everybody for popping in. It was wonderful to have you. I will see you next Monday, as long as I don't get sick again. Yeah, I hope you all have a wonderful time zone, and bye bye!